Hello everyone, we're River System and I forgot the microphone, but here we are. Hello a second time. We're River System and we're gonna be playing more Kerbal Space Program today. No, it's still... hang on, is it launching? No, it's launching. So it's gonna take a few minutes to boot up, but that gives us a couple minutes to talk about what we've done, plans for today, all that good stuff. Also, it gives me a minute to set up the chat on the laptop because I was late and I forgot to do that. But yeah, like basically in terms of launches we did the usual, just like those really standard, uninteresting, hi Morningstar, really basic launches. Getting navigation satellites up, communication satellites, that sort of stuff. Now we are currently researching in particular technology that will give us more science experiments. So that's kind of the main point for today. Making use of those experiments, sending some science satellites both in an Earth orbit or several probably, just to probably we want to try getting high space science with them as well. So we're going to do some highly eccentric launches, but it also means we're going to try and get so both a high science over all the biomes, so we're going to see what kind of orbit we can manage there, and also low science, so we might need a few launches to cover all or at least most of the biomes that way. And once we have science from those missions, then we can unlock more technologies which should allow us to hopefully still today reach an uncrewed lunar orbit. So that's our plan for today. And yeah, stretch goal, landing on the moon with a probe, we'll see. If things go well, it should be in the cards. If not, probably not. But in orbit, reasonably confident. Unless, like, the science experiments just won't give us a lot of science at all. But, like, we get a whole bunch of new experiments. So, we should get the science we need to unlock a few techs and then get to the moon. Okay, well, KSP still out. Oh yeah, one more thing. The game should run noticeably better now because Principia got updated, including a highly anticipated improvement for how paths of craft were stored, which meant the save files got a lot bigger, which increased also loading times. So this, like, we did try it a bit like yesterday and like noticeably made the game more responsive and stuff and decreased loading times between scenes. So I mean, that's one of the things we've been complaining about a lot, that it just takes so long to do anything. But yeah, that should be better now. So that's something to very much look forward to. Now I've almost killed enough time until the game is loaded. I can use the time to close some other not needed programs here, so we won't crash as soon from running out of RAM. I don't doubt we'll crash at some point. Yeah, that doesn't need to run. That's better. What else? Hang on, I did write a list. Let's see what we put on the list. Yeah, I talked about that. The unlocks. Oh yeah, one other thing we could look into, because we did successfully complete our first crewed orbital launch at the end of the last stream. So now the next contract and that progression would be to do a rendezvous with a crewed craft. So we could try that. I think it's just like similar to the real life analog, where it was like a Gemini capsule, I believe, rendezvoused with an uncrewed target. So we could just put anything up in orbit and then launch a crewed vehicle to rendezvous with it. That would give us a good chunk of money as well. Although focus will be like the science. But if we're just waiting around for something to complete or so. Hey Opals! Glad to see everyone here. Today is the day of science. Come on, game. Almost there. There we go. So, we have a couple things in the queue and even like a crewed craft ready to go just in case. But so the main thing we're waiting for at this point is this technology, interplanetary era science. That's another half a year. So we can like fly some other mission. I think we had one contract open. Yeah, so early navigation satellite. So this is a super standard flight. Barely gives any money. So yeah, and it's being built in a month. So let's fly that to warm up. Like it's also generally a good idea to just have something really boring. Also that time warp was really quick. I think even that's going just a lot faster now. I love me some optimizations. Yeah, that launch pad. Let's roll it out. Such a better experience. We also went and deleted a couple of still ongoing flights. I think even our first satellite was still going, which we kind of wanted to leave in orbit for a bit, but also like literally every craft that is in orbit will reduce the performance. And it's been like 15 years or whatnot. At which point it probably should have been deorbited on its own anyway, but like as much as the game simulates with Realism Overhaul, there is zero atmospheric drag, like once you're officially in the space biome, so above 130 kilometers. And in real life there's still a very relevant amount of drag. Hello, wobble rocket. Okay. But yeah, in real life, even above 130, like up to several hundred kilometers, there's still noticeable amounts of drag. Well, I hope that won't be a problem. Okay. So the rocket should be fine. Let's check our contract parameters though. We definitely want to make sure we launch in the correct orbit. Okay, navset payload 60 units, check. Between 1,000 and 800 kilometers. Okay, eccentricity doesn't matter. Yeah, 825 by 825 sounds good to me. 5 degrees between 64 and 70, check. Yeah, looks like it remembered all the settings correctly. It's a bit unreliable. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It's supposed to remember like settings for the specific craft names. But yeah, it's not fully reliable. Not completely sure why. Okay. Pretty sure we're ready to go. Let's do this. No, this should be a fairly standard launch. Wow, that's slow. What's our acceleration here? Do we even have it on any of our HUDs? No. Okay. Well, thrust 750 kilonewtons, but craft mass is also not here. There. 54 tons. Okay, yeah. Time warp a little there. Oh, one thing I didn't check was the coast length. Ooh. Stop at stage 3. Okay, so we already set it up so it like we have to manually stage the rest. Oh god. I don't really remember how we did this. Oh dear. It'll be a good time when we have engines with multiple ignitions, so we can do things like orbit insertion and later raising the orbits and then circularizing the higher orbit instead of having to work around having only a single ignition per engine. That's definitely makes things noticeably more complicated. Okay, 20 seconds to stage separation here. Apoapsis is rising very nicely. Okay, yeah, no, I can make that work. So... Oh dear me. Let's stage the fairings like this. Now we'll leave the autopilot engaged. Do want to make use of its accuracy. Basically, when we get close to our apoapsis here, then we'll want to stage, but also a bit before, because we're still only at like 700 kilometers-ish apoapsis. So that's like, it's 130 kilometers short. So we still need to get a little bit of maximum altitude, which means we need to fire up like somewhere around here or something, so our additional velocity will boost us a bit higher. And like basically what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to pitch up higher than is efficient, and then once we reach the highest point we'll have to pitch down again to cancel it out. It'll be inefficient, but once again it's one of the compromises we have to deal with. Okay, now, so we have to eyeball this, which... Also, hang on, so we have 5.5 minutes burn time, that's good. 4 minutes to apoapsis, okay. So I'm gonna do the burn at like 3 minutes. So we'll have a couple minutes that we can pitch higher, get more altitude. Okay, I should have done it earlier, damn it. Okay, let's see if we can save this. I guess the game doesn't allow me to use RCS. This should work. Settling 40%, 50, 60, 70%, 80. Soon we'll have ignition. There we go. RCS off. And now do your magic, MacJab. I believe in you. Yeah, I think this positive number here is the delta we will have left. And given that it's positive, that means we'll make it. If it's negative, that means, yeah, you have negative delta V left, so you can't get there. Okay, so, man, I am looking forward to launches not being this janky. Yeah, our apoapsis getting close to 800 kilometers there. Everything's going according to Keikaku. And after this one, really, I think we're just gonna time warp for the technology to finish so that we can build and launch our fancy schmancy new science satellite. Of course, I shouldn't talk like this launch is already done while it's still going. That's bad luck. There we go. Time warp goes down a couple seconds. And there we go. There we go. Successfully completed. Ka-ching. Well, a very, very tiny ka-ching. Ka-ching. Like a couple dozen thousand funds. At this point, it's like, who cares? Oh, to be fair, I think we bought like a whole bunch of upgrades, so we're kind of low on money at this point. But yeah, like, if we did the rendezvous contract, that would give us over $1 million. And we have much more lucrative contracts we can grind for money, like the... Is it advanced weather satellite? Something. Oh yeah. Yeah, so here would be the rendezvous contract. They're $1 million in advance, and then another 200k on completion. Oh yeah, the second generation weather satellite. So this is one you can do unlimited, and like the more time elapses between completing them, the more money they'll give you. So basically you can just every now and again launch one of those, and then that'll give you a bunch of money. Yeah, that's more complicated. nav satellites, it's more difficult to get to. We need either to use our derpers for that or a launch vehicle. But yeah, I just went here to double check. We don't have a contract active. These are just milestones. So we can time warp without missing anything. So let's time warp ahead until we have that tech unlocked. And our research and development center gets an upgrade as well. At this point, hang on. Oh, so we can collect surface samples already. So we're basically set up for a crewed lunar landing at this point. Astronaut complex. We can perform EVAs. So if we launch a capsule that supports EVAs, we can also do that. Excellent. Is there anything else? I mean, a bit low on money, but like... And I think level 4 is enough to get us communications to the moon. But there we go, interplanetary science. Now, let's make ourselves a science satellite with all the experiments, or all the new ones at least. Now, here's also the point where I would really like reignition. Because we're at Kennedy Space Center, if we want to go into an orbit into an high elliptical orbit, into high Earth orbit at the highest point, then we need to be at one of the poles to get the highest point up there at the other pole. But because we launch at KSC, we have to do the burn to raise our orbit later in the orbit. We can't just all do it in one go. So at this point, like if we want to do this, that will mean that we're gonna have to have just a dedicated stage with a dedicated engine for that. And I think, hang on, DERP was 2.0? Aren't we at 3.0? What's our sub-assemblies? derp derpus, that's 1.1. Oh god, inconsistent naming schemes. Okay, well, I'm gonna get rid of all of that, get ourselves a blank probe core, and then we'll check. How are you looking? Okay, it has these separation boosters. I think that means it's pretty much our most advanced one. It's good. So, pretty much the only thing left we need now is an orbit raising stage. The delta V for that will be like, I don't know, 2.5 kilometers a second or something. I don't actually remember from the top of my head what delta V to a geostationary transfer orbit is, which is about the altitude we have to go for. Like, I think it's like 30,000 kilometers or something, where the high orbit biome starts, and geostationary orbit is like 32,000, so basically the same. Balloon integral, I believe, is what we need. Now, what engine have we been using for our orbital maneuvers? Was that one Russian engine, like 105? There we are. Now, let's start in the correct order. What will our final payload be? Now, you will be... Because we have to do the reignition, I think we're going to have to do this to make this a deep space core. It will make it heavier. 72 kilograms, but it shouldn't be too bad. We're just still in an Earth orbit. Don't need that much. Controllable mass. We're going to have to fix that up later. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, we'll come back to this later. Now, experiments. There we go. So basically everything that's unlocked now should be new. Helium magnetometer boom. Sounds like an improved version of the magnetometer experiment. Magnetic scan. Early magnetometer. Magnetic scan. Magnetic scan. It sounds the same. Is this even a better experiment? Generally, like, this name is what's important. It's magnetic scan. Situations. Also the same. And 30 days. No, I think those are... Oh no, it has a lot. Magnetic scan too. Where did I even look? Oh, I looked there. Okay, this is the name you have to look for. Ah, that's confusing. Okay, well, glad I caught it. So, better magnetometer boom. Actually, if we're doing space-high science... okay, but this one is not biome specific, so we have that. Basically, I'm also gonna put maybe experiments on there that have space-high science and a long mission duration, which means we haven't completed them yet. And honestly, like... Oh, 9 years. Well, that's a long one. I don't know if it goes faster if you put several of the same on a craft, to be honest. I'm also not sure if that would be cheating if it does work. 10 minutes and space only default. Well, we must have you already. And same for you, 10 minutes and no biomes for space. Ion mass, we probably have that to be honest, but again, what does it matter? And then I guess we'll take a basic magnetometer as well. Yeah, 30 days. Now the capsules experiments we don't need because we won't be returning it, that's for sure. Surface capsule. Now, new science experiments. Here's where things get interesting. So 7 days, that'll be easy. Boop. Basic TV camera. Do we even have science experiments? Scan set. Yes, visible imaging too. Ooh, even biome-specific space low science. Delicious. I'm gonna slap you on there. Early radar altimeter. This one is just scan set, so we don't need it. Basically, scan set is a mod that adds a whole lot of like radar sensors and whatnot to so you can scan bodies to get altitude information, biome information, and all that stuff. But actually, I'm not 100% sure. At least in the past, it was the case that you didn't get science from it, which is a bit sad. So it would make sense if that changed in the meantime. Magnetic ion mass spectrometer. Let's take one of these. Infrared interferometer spectrometer. Iris. Oh, wow. Data size 3.69 gigabyte. Wowie. Let's check here. Okay, 10 kilobyte. That's nothing. Megabytes. 39 megs. 13 megs. 40 megs. So yeah, basically none of these experiment sizes matter except this one. Downloading gigabytes. Okay, the data rate is just half a kilobyte per second, so that's not too wild. But we'll just keep a look. We'll keep an eye on our antenna. Speaking of which, pretty sure we just need a communotron here, and we can do this with an Omni antenna. And I think we're also gonna just put a couple of these experiments on the side. Will that be too big? Okay, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on it with the magnetometers at least. I think you can go there. We're gonna center you a bit more. Go away. Or like put you there. And then... Right. Also need to remember, actually I should just do it right now, to use action groups for all of these lovelies. I think we're just gonna, again, like let them run like at launch because there's not really a reason not to do that. So, stage. This should be what I'm looking for. And start. Start. There really should be a like run all experiments button. Whoop. Do-do-do. Did I click the right thing? Yeah. Start you. And that should be it. Yep. For completeness sake, telemetry analysis, even though I don't think that's going to be anything new. Telemetry is probably not biome specific. Okay. So we're looking at... Or actually, do we need anything else? Do we need a bigger dish? Or like a dish? Okay, let's just not this. Real antennas. Let's see what the antenna planner tells us. So we're at tech level 4. At least if I remember correctly. If not, that would be awkward. And we will be out at 30,000 kilometers or 30 megameters. And we will be mainly using our Communotron 16. UHF. Hang on. I think UHF is... Yeah. UHF is higher frequency than VHF. Ultra high frequency versus very high frequency. And the UHF ground station. Okay. Well, 32 bits per second. That's not what we're looking for here. What if we ramp up the power? I think it's just bitrate limited, this antenna. Are you? And if so, how do I know? Well, it doesn't say here. Oh, hang on. Our tech level. Nope, can't raise it. Oh, hang on. I vaguely remember something about potentially having to manually buy those upgrades in the R&D center. I'm just reassembling it so I can save it, and then science satellite or Derpus. Because if we can, we definitely want those upgrades. I'm also not sure if maybe you just can't upgrade that antenna because it's so low tech. Comms tech low. Tracking station. Okay. That's what I was remembering. And I hope that'll fix it. If not, we'll try a dish and see how the dish fares. Also, just gotta take a second, put on a glove against pain. Because today is another pain day, apparently. And our elbow hates us. Luckily, you have loading times, where you can just take a second. Okay, there we go, tech level 3. Now that's better. So let's look at what the planner has to say about this. UHF, Communotron UHF, still 30. You don't want to go higher than 30 kilobits, huh? You really don't. Not even, like, super close. And if we ramp up the power... I guess not. Transmission time also didn't change anything. Yep, okay. So let's try a dish. Let's see. You have 26.4, which is more than this one, which is the same as that one. Okay, so the highest gain we can get here is like 26 decibel, so we can... Both of these are light, but you're foldable. Let's see how it looks. So we can either... I mean, this dish would look pretty good on that probe, I think. Yeah, I want this one. So you will have to go. Actually, we don't need you at all then. The probe core has an integrated antenna anyway. So we have an omni antenna there. And then we have the dish. Just making space for that big ol' magnetometer so that it can make space for the dish. There we go. Let's move that a bit in. Maybe not that much. Okay, what does Antenna Planner say about this one? Now, yeah, okay, S-band is the only one we have available, but that's fine. So, S-band, give me a S-band tracking station. And... what's your name? RA2. 30 megameters, 165 kilobits per second. I think we needed half a kilo. Hang on. I think we didn't actually need the dish. Data rate. Yeah, 500 bits per second, and the other one had 32 kilobits. So we were fine all along. Whoopsie daisy. That makes a lot of sense, though. I would have expected an omni antenna to be enough. Where are we? Real antennas. Antenna planning. UHF. Oh no, it's 32 bits per second. Okay, no, that's correct. Bits per second is not enough. 32 of them at least. Yeah, but 165, way overkill. Actually, how do you do at the moon? Still perfect connection. Yeah, even 10 times further out than the moon. Yeah, but we only need to go 30 megameters. But yeah, this is perfectly enough. And the omni antenna still gives us some connection. So that's good. So power. Can't forget about power. Now, because this has so much bandwidth, like it needs to be barely running. But even then, like we can even reduce here the transmit power. We can just crank that down. Yeah, this is almost enough. 330. Oh, I forgot the setting. Yeah, we need a bit more than that. 600. I mean, this would strictly be enough, but I do want a bit of a buffer there. 2.6 kilobits per second, which is like 5 times more than we want. Okay, but also let's calculate for us overshooting our orbit. Okay, even then. This is fine. And we will be in an elliptical orbit, so the worst cases, we will transmit data when we're closer to Earth again. So yeah. It's a very... Basically just need 20 watts plus however much the probe core consumes, but it's a deep space core, so it hibernates, so it's practically zero. So yeah. Level 0. Okay, so we still have only crappy solar panels. Think we're gonna do 2 on each side just for some redundancy. Now we do want this to last for... I think the gravity experiment lasts 9 years. And that's like for one biome. So really we would want this to operate for like, I mean, at this point like dozens of years ideally, but with these solar panels that's not gonna happen. So I guess we'll have to... How much? This is 11 kilograms. So we'll make it a little bit larger than this. And then it'll last like a couple of years at least. Which it might not finish the gravitometer or orbital perturbation experiment, but it'll give us at least finish all the rest of it and still give us a portion of the orbit science. Okay, so now let's see what kind of stage we need to boost this into a GTO, geostationary transfer orbit. Now, we have an integral structured tank. I don't think it needs to be pressurized. Hang on. Tax. Oh, yeah, that's right. So just boom. And we have 1.8 kilometers per second. So it's almost enough, and we're under a ton. Also, it's a 20-second burn with TWR of 11 at burnout. Oh my goodness. But I don't think we have like proven smaller engines. Also smaller engines that are very efficient. I think this is just... this will be very silly. Still can't buy that other config as well. This is what we're flying then. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah, 2.8, like, I'm pretty dang sure that's enough. Now I just want to make it so that it doesn't look awful. I mean, let's make it this one. Oh no. I'm gonna quickly ask Delta V map how much Delta V is required. And it's 2.5. Okay, so I was basically bang on with my guess. So we don't need that much, but also like we have the payload. What we could do though is that, oh yeah, forgot something. We forgot RCS. Also, actually, do we have reaction wheels yet? No, we don't. Okay, but yeah, that means we're gonna need a couple RCS thrusters, RCS fuel, or else we wouldn't be able to control our attitude. And at the same time, it will allow us to make some course corrections. right? I thought for a moment it was hydrazine, but no, we're lacking it. Hydrazine is the dream. But yeah, nitrous oxide it is until then. I mean, you do need to be pressurized, so I guess... we could have some of those... just maybe a tiny bit smaller than that. Can have a couple of those here. Oh wow, the antenna makes positioning things really hard here. And if we do this, they'll probably forget their position again on reloading and stuff. But oh my god. Oh, that's right, the base is still wider. Boop. Actually highly pressurized. You don't... know the fuel, so I'm gonna have to put it manually in there. Okay, how much... go away. How much fuel are we talking here? Okay, less than a kilogram. Maybe we'll take a bit more than less than a kilogram. Now we have like 12 kilograms, which is still not a whole lot. We can't do a lot of corrections with that. But it'll at least be enough for attitude control. And the stage definitely needs more. Because... knowledge. I mean, I will put some extra nitrous oxide on there as well, and most importantly, ullage motors. Woohoo! Teensy tiny ones. That's all we need. That's all we need. Rotate this by 45 degrees. Oh. Wrong. Why is... or I guess the rotation only is for the gizmo? And... I reset it. Hey, finally! That didn't take me forever. Just rotate that engine by 45 degrees so that the separation or the ullage motor doesn't fire against these. Okay, so we have ullage, you have gimbal, that means we also have attitude control on that stage. But you know what? I just want a little bit extra. Just a little bit. Honestly, if I'm gonna have extra, then I can make these bigger. How are we talking now? Still not a whole lot. 2,000 times 4 is 8,000. How much do you consume? 10 units per second. So times 4... 48,000. So we have 200 seconds of RCS. Is that right? In which case, that would be definitely enough. Yeah. if I'm doing my mental maths correctly. Yeah, but yeah, didn't change the delta V too much, which I would have been surprised if it did. Actually, I will increase delta V a little bit. Or maybe even this way. Just because I want to make sure we don't just want to get like barely into a GTO. We want to spend a whole bunch of time in the high space biome and not just boop into it for a minute and then drop back down. Okay, you are 20 watts after like 3 years, initially 80, a bit longer. Or wider in this case. Changes basically nothing for our payload mass, and it will dramatically increase the lifetime of our satellite here. So, okay, I mean, this is starting to look very silly, but I think that's about it. And then we just, we can actually reduce this by a whole lot, because we're like 1.5 tons. Like, even if you make this, we can get some of that. Can I make you a bit bigger? Maybe not. Then maybe we need a bit of power storage. I don't think there's dedicated batteries. I think it's all done with like fuel tanks. But you probably then are full. Oh dear. RO tanks. It doesn't have a tank module. Oh, there it is. Ah, yes, we can also upgrade you to Service Module 2. That still doesn't want to go higher. Tank UI. Well, I guess we need a separate part. Also, you get a tiny bit of insulation, before I forget. Tiny bit. Okay, so we will need a service module tank, just for extra battery storage. Tank, electric charge, and smallify. Okay, wow, that's still... I think the tank just didn't really update properly. Okay, 4,500. That's like 14 kilograms, yeah. That should be fine. For any dark periods we get ourselves into. Like, we have to some mental maths. Our power consumption is... Actually, our power consumption is 20 watts plus what science experiments consume. Okay. Oh yeah, look at this. Oh no, that's per minute. Okay. So that's 240 right by 60 watts. So that's like 40... No. 4 watts. Oh my god, I wish just everything... Actually, I think we have a planner to help us with this. Where was it though? I think here. Electric charge. Consumed. So 111 watts actually is our power consumption here. We can... Okay, that doesn't really make much of a difference at all. But yeah, over 100 watts. So we have some hungry experiments. Which one is it though? Probably one of the spectrometers. Yeah, this one needs 16 watts. And you... No, not that much. Okay. Ah, it will just... Over 100 watts, you say? Bigger solar panels, I say. Actually, how do we do this? This is getting very silly. I might actually stretch the tank a little. Not for fuel, like I will specifically reduce the amount of fuel in it. Just so that we have a bit more space here. Which is also very silly. Okay, now we're at 230 watts. And actually, how much power does our long-term science experiment? That should be 2 watts. So our long-term experiment doesn't take a lot. So that's good. So we don't need to be as silly. We don't need to be that silly. Like if all the other experiments... If we can't run all the experiments all the time, that's fine because we will finish them eventually. And so we can reduce that silliness. I was getting too silly. Fuck it, let's leave this one full. Okay. 160 watts. Or 150. This will be enough. Okay. Anything else we need to worry about? We got communications. I'm gonna check that the Omni antenna here has connection to the ground. Real antennas. Antenna planning. UHF. Yep. And even at 30 megameters. Yep. Which also means we can reduce the power of this one. And increase the tech level. Oh, the tech level has a ton of power drain. Interesting. I mean, if we don't need it... Power idle. Oh, so I guess it increases the idle power by a whole lot. So let's have the idle low by reducing the tech level of this one, but increasing the transmit power for a bit, which makes our transmit power consumption higher than it otherwise would be, probably. But it'll... Oh, actually, S-band. But it'll reduce our idle consumption. Okay. So many things to consider. Why is it not... Wait, UHF? Oh, because lower tech level... I gotcha. I gotcha. Could you do a UHF a decent rate then? So we could use the dish for UHF, although... I mean, honestly, if it works, like 30 kilobits per second is still so much more than we need. And there. 8 kilobits per second, still so much more than we need. And this way we have 8 watts idle power, 8.3 active. Don't need more. Okay, so we can optimize a little bit there. And close. Now, how about you? Here antenna can stay at tech level 1 with a very low idle power consumption, and there our power consumption goes down. UHF 30 megameters procedural probe core. Still a connection, no longer connection. So let's have a bit more. Ooh. I guess that doesn't work at all. So we won't have a connection when we're high in the orbit, but that's fine. Like, not with the integrated Omni on the probe core. The dish still works. Okay, I think that's enough antenna optimizations. Probably already on this for like over half an hour or something. I think it's time to let it fly. Actually, one more thing. Power mass 1.5, and I think I set it to 2 tons. So avionics are check. We have avionics, we have RCS, so attitude control. We have our delta V for GTO transfer. We have antennas, we have power, and we have all the science experiments. Now the tank is fine. And those should also work fine. Because we did pressurize these, right? Yes, pressurized. So we can just launch this. And we can launch it into a low parking orbit. And then with the extra stage, raise our orbit. And payload should be way more than enough with this rocket. Now the staging will be all kinds of messed up here. Also, magnetometer peeking up there. Boop. Oh, I think that's also the solar panels there. Okay, well, you get slightly less silly. No, it's fine. We reduce our power consumption by like 20 watts, so reducing the solar panel size a bit is not at all a problem. Now, engine, ullage. Ullage before engine. RCS before all of these. RCS at stage decouple. Ullage, engine ignition. The rest is probably fine. But let's... oh no, the fairings are not fine. Let's go through it from bottom to top. First 3 stages, release launch clamps, booster separation. That's stage separation, ullage and RCS. Fairings. Hang on. Hang on. No, okay. We have 2 of the RD-105s on board, not 3. For a moment, I got confused and thought it was 3 now. But no, the second stage will easily bring us into orbit, 10.7 kilometers per second. That's like kilometer per second buffer there. And then that launch. Yeah. So let's do tooling. Do we tool this? Probably for the build time alone. What do you say? What do tooling cost? Also build time. New. Where is... there it is. Build time, 230 days. Wouldn't be too bad, to be honest. if we don't tool. And tooling would cost 18,000. Sold. Okay, but we'll do this after the simulation. So save this and let's simulate. Oh Jesus, we're an hour into the stream and we just built a thing. Okay, we did also that one launch earlier. Why are you not? There we go. The antenna planning, like, that took us a whole while to get a hold of. Even though by now we kinda know what we're doing. We know how to use the planner. But yeah. Turns out, if you're like building spacecraft, juggling all the different aspects of it, and also like communication with spacecraft is actually complicated. Now, let's see what we completely and embarrassingly forgot about in this test launch. Or simulation, I should say. Oh yeah, we can't time warp too much because things will boil off. So we'll just launch in darkness. Okay. I don't know what a good parking orbit is for this rocket. Let's try 250 by 250. And this will be a straight polar orbit. No attach altitude, no thank you. Boost the pitch. How silly are we on this rocket? Oh, we are still silly. We have barely filled boosters. Didn't we build a new launch pad? Ooh, I think that's something we, if that's true, we can fully build out this Derpoos with 4 side boosters and fill up everything, and it'll finally have a proper ascent trajectory. But yeah, stop at stage 4. The fairings you may deploy. Oh no, actually 3 is the second stage, so which will insert us into orbit. Okay, so let's try this. 3, 2, 1, go. Ah, nice roll. That looks amazing. Especially with the exhaust. Oh no. The magnetometers like physically extended when the experiment started. Also goodbye boosters. And now they're poking out of the fairings, clipping through. Oh dear. Oh my god, we are operating in very silly. We're like losing TWR, losing speed because our TWR is smaller than 1. Ooh. That's bad. So we might actually remove some fuel from the center tank. I will make a note of that. Oh yeah, and check like launch pad. Also, wow, that's very glitchy. Okay, well, I hope you can manage this orbit insertion at least. do the time warp. Two minutes still left in the burn. Wow. There, finally our apoapsis is rising nicely. And we're approaching staging. 10 seconds. I don't know why Mac... Oh, we were too deep in the atmosphere for MacChap to actually auto-stage the fairing. Ooh. Well, that's a design issue. Keep staging fairing. Second stage ignition. Already got 3 notes written down for things to change on this rocket. And this is why we make notes when we play. Okay, we can time warp again here. And at least none of the issues prevented us from reaching orbit so far. What kind of avionics do we have here? It doesn't really say the type. That's the antenna. I mean, it doesn't have a hibernate button, so it's probably a near Earth stage. Because this one... Oh, I think it was from the first stage batteries. Yeah, this one has a shutdown avionics button here. Also, why did time warp go down? Rainbow colors in the background. And yeah, the exhaust also. Always pretty to look at. Man, this is a long... very long ascent. 12 minutes. We're in orbit now at 11 minutes 49 seconds. Okay. So we've made orbit. We're actually getting pretty close to the poles here because of just how incredibly long the burns were. Well, it does mean we don't have to coast for very long before we can do our GTO maneuver. And we are pretty much at the pole now, so we can honestly do that. And to be fair, like, we'll probably want to at least 2, so 1 goes into a highly elliptical orbit, so it's high space above the South Pole, and 1 so it's high space above the North Pole. So for one of these, we would do another half orbit before we do the racing maneuver. But for now, let's... so beautiful. Let's enjoy that view for a moment. And then... let's see if that new stage we built there does what it was designed to do. Separation. And prograde. And now it ignited. So I didn't forget to like use the right fuel types, fuel tanks or whatnot. So that's a good start. Thanks to this super high thrust weight ratio, this is a super short burn as well. Now, how high do we want to get? Actually, that's a good question. Let's go for 50 and see how that is. But yeah, you can see we're now at perhaps 50.8 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, and we still have 500 something meters per second delta V left, which is just like we planned. We wanted to have a bit of a buffer here, and it's a buffer confirmed. So here our highly eccentric orbit. Now, let's both watch. Yeah, power will be no issue whatsoever at this point. Oh, we didn't set you up yet, did we? Antenna target Earth. No, you are. Okay. Although, can we, like... I don't think we can focus a specific ground station here. No, that's fair. Badoop. What did I want to do? I wanted to check on science experiments. Here, 30 days. And yeah, let's check when the high orbit starts. Space high. Ooh. Okay. Like 35 something. I think it's like literally above GTO. But yeah, so this one's 16.5 science points for 14 day science experiments. 2.8, not so much, but biome specific. Orbital perturbation, 275 science. Wowzers. But also 10-year running time. But even then, like, if it operates for per year, that's 30 science per year. That's still nice. I'll take that. Geiger Miller counter, 14 science. And the radiometer 4 science per biome, 6 days. Okay, so a whole lot of science experiments are going. Let's watch the antenna. Shouldn't it show like a science view? Or actually, hang on. Data. There we go. Whew, I got there. All of these are uplinking. But yeah, most of them are basically nothing. The main thing is the imaging spectrometer, which we planned for with the 500 bytes per second. Okay, so 40, 50 kilometers, and we're getting like data in there. And we have pretty good connection still and everything with 4 kilobits per second, so that's all working as planned. Yep. I'm gonna just time warp a whole lot forward. I just want to see, like, I don't know, couple dozen or 100 days even. Okay, so 85 science. Electric charge is running low. Interesting. $100, $110. There, that's just... So this mission alone could literally give us hundreds of science points. Oh, I think we actually ended up inside the atmosphere there. But yeah, point being, it works. And very well. The time we spend into making sure the antenna works properly and everything is paying off. Now we'll look into the launch pad thing. Where can't you select launchpad from while in the VIB? There we go. So our best launchpad is 350 tons. Ooh, which does mean we have extra mass to fill up everything. If we can have 4 full fuel boosters, I'm not 100% sure yet, but that's something we will be finding out in a second. And that's in this second. Yep, fits. I mean, this is like, obviously we don't need this for this mission, but it'll make the launch profile so much nicer, because it was just very silly with like TWR dropping below 1 at staging and whatnot. Like, that's just, let's not do that. Here we'll be at 1.25 at staging, which is still not a lot, but hey. And we're gonna be like 3.5 kilometers per second, too much delta V. So yeah, super duper overkill. Now this is the proper Derpus 2. And I can also, okay, first let's make sure the staging there is correct. Oh yeah, so the fairings need to fire after the second stage. Or actually, with the changes, because we will have like more boosters, or we'll be going faster, so we should probably be higher, or we will be higher at the point where the staging would fire. So with the added boosters, maybe we can leave the fairing staging this way around. I will. I mean, we could also. Oh wow, I almost forgot about the avionics and was gonna say, oh yeah, I'll just launch this without a test simulation. Yeah. That almost went completely south. Okay, avionics. Jesus, Loki. That was a close one. That's how it always gets you. You just think like, oh yeah, I just made this one simple change. I don't need to go through my whole process of validating designs again. There's a reason those processes generally exist. And now we can also do the tooling. And there we go, less than 200 days. 17,000 plus 13,000, so 30,000 funds to launch this, which is still not a whole lot. And put it into the sub-assembly. Or should actually go there. There we go. Okay. Now, the one major change we did was adding the side boosters, which affects only the first stage, so fixing the avionics will have fixed that. Avionics are sufficient, is what we like to see. So we checked the launch pad, fixed the fueling. Okay, so we worked off all the points that we wrote up for ourselves. So let's launch this. 1, and 2. One for South Pole and one for North Pole, and honestly, let's have one for the equator too. Because I'm not 100% sure when, like with the high biomes, when we'll be over what biome. We just want to cover everything. And the benefit of equatorial, I mean, we'll be launching from KSC. But the benefit there will be that because of the Earth's rotation, we only have to launch up one to cover all the biomes around there. So yeah, that's 3 rockets to look forward to. What I could do if I wanted to like optimize the time that's progressing in the game and stuff, then I could launch something else now. But like at this point, what's this doing there? Oh, I think I accidentally built that earlier when I was wanting to simulate, and that's why it didn't register the simulation, because I didn't tell it to simulate. Also, we're getting really low on funds. We might actually have to do some... Ooh, geostationary satellite. I mean, we are we are close to be able to do that, but not quite there, because we still need an ignition at that altitude. Oh, jeez. I mean, I could do one of these. They are like, we've done these a couple times, we know how to do them, and they give a decent amount of money. So we'll do a 2nd generation weather sat. Payload 77 is fine. I am pretty sure. Yep, so this one can do that. Now this will be a slowly launch, so there's a good chance I might fuck it up. But I'm gonna try. And remember to accept the contract. Yes, game. Thank you. Accept. But yeah, you can tell the scene changes here are so much quicker. Like before it took like 10 or 20 seconds or something, and now it's click and there. Principia update. It's such a cool mod. And such a talented dev. Now I think the way we handled these launches was we set an apoapsis higher than we actually needed, so that MacJab with unexpected losses still got somewhat high enough, and then we did manual flying the rest of the way anyway. So this will be very exciting, and for me specifically very stressful. Hang on, I actually think we made notes somewhere. Ooh, we did. Thank you, past me, or rather whoever of us made these notes. So I can just punch everything in there. So 1300 by 1300, orbital inclination, booster pitch start 90, 0.4 degrees per second, 90-second coast. Really, did we set that though? Okay, stop at stage 4. Manually change in flight at 2 minutes 30 to 3 minutes down to 1100. Okay, so mid-ascent, like a few minutes into ascent, we have to change these parameters. Oh my god. That's wild. Okay, well. Jeez. I'll be surprised if I can manage this without fucking anything up. Let's double check the contract, but I'm pretty sure the contracts all had the same parameters. But just to be sure, it would suck to realize that later. So we have the weather-set payload. Between 95 and 100 degrees, we're set to 96. So that's a check. Eccentricity, yeah, we're gonna need to be circular, and between 1000 and 1100. Yep. Although okay. Now let's see how that works. Good luck to me. I am hearing those rocket engines only on my right side. That's interesting. Is that cable? Could also just be the game. Because I think I can hear some other sounds from the left side. Okay, and we need to keep an eye on the elapsed time. Because we do need to change the parameters in flight. Holy shit. Okay, stage step upcoming. 3, 2, 1. As we break through the clouds. We didn't even lose any of the wings. Also, yeah, this launch is going mostly up. Losing velocity again. We need to update. I'm gonna make a note for that. Yeah, I still have a bit of time. To upgrade all these crafts to using all the 4 boosters to not have this silly ascent with losing speed and stuff. Okay, at this point we can time warp. Oh my god. Crawling upwards. Now 2:30 to 3 minutes. Okay, so let's get ready to make the changes. 1100 is what we need to go to. Or need to tell MacChat. Okay, it didn't completely freak out. It adjusted slightly, which is great. How to make a super wonky rocket work, just write your procedures for it that are also super wonky, but if you follow them it still works. Does that make it a good rocket? I don't think so, or I'm not sure. It's impressive making it reliable in this way though. Like that's wild. It's also such an us thing to do. Like make something really janky, but then just increase the jankiness to make up for it and like make it work after all. Whoop, there goes the fairing. Okay, let's time up here. We don't need to wait through all of that. Now that we know it's going well. With this nav pole we also see a lot better intuitively what we're currently doing. Okay, now here comes the moment of truth. Where does our orbit end up being? Because right now it's not great. 600. That's still way too low. Oh god. Oh god. No, we did tell it to coast. But no, MacChip says we will have Delta V left over. Although it decreases the longer we wait. But I also don't want to mess up what we wrote ourselves. As long as it works, I'm happy. Now, MacChip won't auto kill Time Warp if you Time Warp in the coast period, so I can't properly Time Warp here. I'm just gonna have to wait for a bit. Oh my dear. I mean, right now it's still looking like it'll work, which I struggle wrapping my head around. Okay, margins are getting kinda tight here. .600 meters per second left. At some point we need to auto or manually start this. Okay, fuck this. We're doing this now. I should have done that earlier, I think, when I noticed. Yeah. Oh god, I hope I didn't fuck it up. Let's burn off some extra RCS fuel. Not just for the extra push, but also reducing mass. Even then, our projected remaining delta V ticks down a bit, but just a bit. Also, we're pitching up so hard. Yeah, this is super silly. Also, I'm gonna time warp because this is gonna be a long burn. But yeah, this is extremely silly. But still, like, basically what we, or some of us, planned for, which is... It can be really wild, flying something that someone else in your system built. I mean, we're gonna make it, says MacChip. So I can't complain. Oh my god. Hang on. Burn. 6. Oh, we still have another stage to go. Wait, what? I am getting very confused now. I think this stage should have fired way earlier. I was thinking this was the final stage left, but no. This should have ignited basically immediately, I think. And then... the final stage then should have waited so long. I mean, as long as we're going to make it, it's fine. Also, 2 minutes left with the next stage, which we are switching to. No, don't coast. Oh, I guess with the coast phase. No? Why is it not? Okay, now MacChip ruined it because it should never throttle down, specifically because of the limited ignitions, which it now did though because of some error. So now, but we have the backup for fixing that issue, because with infinite propellant shouldn't you shut down, activate, there we go. So now we're back to normal for this launch. Oh Jesus. And now just have to make sure we stay below 1100 kilometers. And we did lose some time. But I think it's fine. I think it doesn't actually prevent us from achieving this orbit. Between 1000 and 1100 inclination eccentricity below 0.005. 005. Okay. Oh no, we're getting too high. Manual adjustments. Okay. We almost got above 1100 there. Okay, 40 seconds. Oh jeez. I mean, I said this launch was gonna get intense. And I'm being proven right. I have to juggle so many things now. Watching the altitude, eccentricity, and periapsis. Oh my god. Nope. Mech chip error. Okay, what does Principia say? $1,200. Jesus Christ. I don't think we have the fuel to fix that. Basically, if MechChip hadn't bugged out, this would have worked. So I'm tempted to just use... Also, actually, like, this would have been a fine orbit if there was just a little bit more pitched a little bit more down. Which, again, a computer could have easily have made. I'm just gonna infinite fuels as an extra ignition here before just redoing everything. Because I'm saying, like, it's MechChip's fault. And... we have to do this and here. And there we are. That's all the correction we needed. Again, like, MechChip didn't bug out, like, that would be easily possible. And yeah, like, you're not supposed to do what I did of, like, disengaging it and then engaging it again mid-flight. Like, that's not really what MechChip is for. Actually, there might be a functionality about, like, doing orbital maneuvers like circularizing an orbit. Should be somewhere. Although I have no idea how well that plays with realism overhaul, specifically both the throttling and the limited ignitions. Like, those are all limits to work around when you have to calculate how to do burns automatically. So if it's not explicitly supported, then chances are that wouldn't work properly. Also considering ullage, although that much, given it's generally part of MechChip, that much should work. Okay, now either way we can just get to our science satellites, which are now on the full derpus and no longer silly. Because yeah, those launches, man, looking forward to no longer silly launches. we go. Let's roll out. And it'll also be the inaugural launch for the launch pad. Ooh, 23 days to roll out. Wowzers. And there we are. I don't think there's any contracts we could take for this. We don't have any of the science payloads on there anyway, so... I mean, this one we are very close to doing accidentally with the equatorial launch, but it's just like launching into the inclination of KSC, so not actually equatorial, so... Yeah. No, this will be just freeform launches. We can set our own orbital parameters. Now, what did we have for the... I think we had like 250 by 250 kilometers. Oh, that's right. We didn't simulate with the upgrade of the boosters. So we might actually find out that there's still a problem. Skipping simulations to make your life more exciting. There's a good reason the simulations exist. Oh, there we go. Controls were just a bit sticky. So we're gonna go into a 250 by 250 parking orbit. 90 degrees, straight on polar. The rest is probably fine. No coast. Stop at stage 3. Because that's our second stage engine, that far up in the staging tree. It's very interesting. That should be it. Coast 0, no attached altitude, 250 by 250. Yep. First launch with the full configuration. I forgot to, I didn't write down the science experiment stuff. So we're now getting silly expanded experiments. I also could have taken more time to like both use a different model for the center tank, so it's like widens a bit at the top, so the boosters are like lying a bit in the indentation there and stuff to make it look prettier. I might like look into that also, or we might look into that off stream. So we can time up a little bit here. Even though like it's new and unproven launch vehicle, we are hauling ass over TWRF2 already. Also over Mach 1. Science experiments. Should have put them into a regular action group, the science experiments after all, and not just deploy manually. I just hate, or we hate, being able to then forget it. Whoa, what are you doing? Oh, I guess the pitch over was way not enough. Yeah, that's my bad. Both earlier and more. Degrees a second. Yeah, that sounds better. Making notes for improving it. And once again, there's a reason why you generally simulate, where even minor changes might have not so minor effects. Very nice. And they crash into each other. Well, that was a beautiful separation. Okay, I'm gonna tuck you in. Boop. And boop. And boop. Now, no silliness here in this launch. This is a serious launch. And we're gonna need some serious time warp. 2.5 minutes left. But yeah, now with the center stage, now it's working how it should be. Not like losing velocity after the boosters separate. Like this should be our bread and butter launch vehicle for a bit. Although we'll probably the upper stage engine would probably be the first thing we would switch out to a different one for restart capabilities. Although even then, like the second stage is probably fine. Or then just on the upper stage have something there with multiple ignitions. That was a lot of staging happening right there, holy shit. Well done, neck job. It was like stage separation, ullage motor ignition, new engine ignition, and fairing separation all happened at the same time, basically. That was overwhelming. But yeah, like this stage, honestly, we might have been able to get away with dropping this stage completely. Only the first stage with the boosters could probably have gotten this one into orbit. Like, we're only missing 1 kilometer a second. If you weigh in, pun intended, the mass of the stage to begin with, and the extra engine, compared to this dinky little top stage, like that's 1.5 tons up there. And this one, when it started, was probably close to 10 tons. So we're talking about like factor of 6 less mass. And that has a good chance of giving us the additional kilometer of second LTV to get into orbit. But also like, yeah, a lot of tinkering around for like more efficiency but cheaper launch vehicle. Which then again handles differently though, which then can have all kinds of unintended consequences. So it's not the worst to have an oversized launch vehicle at times. Really smooth, yeah. Like, this is how the launch vehicle is intended to launch. I am very glad, like, we spent so many hours wrestling with how incredibly awkward it was to fly, just so that now the upgrade was as simple as make the booster symmetry from 2 to 4 and fuel everything up. So at least the payoff is there, even though I would question if the payoff was worth all the hassle. It really wasn't. Okay. So now we're in orbit. Also like much sooner. 9 minutes something into flight. Wait, how does that work out if we burned up all the fuel from all the stages? Oh, but yeah, we didn't. The upper stage has several minutes left. Yeah. Okay. So now, do we create a maneuver? Nah, we don't need a maneuver. Now let's keep ourselves somewhat oriented correctly. And we are approaching the North Pole here. There you can perfectly tell from the orbit lines there where the North Pole is exactly. Okay, I mean it won't take long, but okay, I'll warp a bit more. Oh, that's close enough to like perfectly polar. So let's orient. You are disengaged. Good. Good mech chap. Stay there. Stay there. Knowledge. Prop requirement met. I think that's the stat. So we are ready to go at any time, basically. Oh wait, that's still the wrong stage. Let's stage. Oh yeah, and we have knowledge modus anyway. Science goes out automatically. Very fancy. Oops. I hadn't set the throttle up. Throttle was still at 0. Also, this is also very pretty. Like, because our orbit gets raised and the orbital period gets longer, that moves the point where in the next orbit the point above the Earth will be different because of the orbital period change. So that's what you see here, shifting funky around, because this is the frame of reference, basically stationary for the surface of the Earth. In the orbital view, it would just look like this, because here the orbit is stationary and the Earth rotates beneath us. So this is a very good example also for just the... Oh, orbit. Hang on. 40, 50. I went up to 60 now, instead of just 50. But yeah, we're in orbit. Okay. Let me do something fancy. Analysis. So Principia has a super fancy analysis tool for orbits. We haven't really used it before. We've looked at it. In particular, so here you can check like long-term stability of orbits and stuff. What I want to know here, over a time of 700 days, in particular, how the perigee evolves. Like, that's the big thing I'm curious about, like, if it is in danger of, like, yep, there, decaying. So in, like, ...300 days, this one would crash into Earth. So we can see we have some RCS fuel on board. And the nice thing now is maneuvers are extremely efficient at the high point of an elliptical orbit. Basically, we don't need a lot of fuel to raise our perigee here by like a couple dozen kilometers or something. So we'll just plan a maneuver to do that, and we will revisit you later. Fancy analysis tool. Now, let's see just how little of a nudge we need here. At maneuver, time. Now you will be at the very high point here. Active RCS. What if we just like give me 1 meter per second? What would 1 meter per second do? Oh, I don't think we're calculating the flight plan far enough in the future here. We are? Wait, this is... Ah, there. Over there it is. Still not quite enough flight planning time. Steps. There we go. 277. So that 1 meter per second gives us like, what, 25 kilometers of perigee plus. Here with 2 meters per second, we're getting close to 300. So I don't know how much delta V we have with RCS. And I'm not sure how to calculate it from here. I don't think any of these tools will give me a delta V for the RCS. to make sure, like... Yeah, this one just says 0 now. 0. I know, we'll just do it, and then we'll see what we get, which is all we can do anyway. Now, the big question, does the analysis tool work for our planned orbit? I don't think it does. Okay. Is an analysis here? No. Okay. We'll just... Oh yeah, and let's make sure that our antenna is up and working. Check level 2. Targeting... but you already say target Earth. Yep. No, that should be fine. Ooh. Those cones might be from the antenna mod. I don't know how to interpret them. Why 2? We don't have 2 dishes. Like, this one is probably the dish we have, which dishes always have like a specific cone that they transmit into. The Omni antenna, Omnis are omnidirectional, so they wouldn't have a cone, so I don't know what the second cone is. I don't know. Okay. It's a great visualization, though. Remember other mods in the past using, like, cones. No, probe, that's not us. That was not as visually... What's the word I'm looking for? I know what kind of word, but I can't think of it. Visceral demonstration. That's the closest word I can find now. Okay, and now we're at basically our apogee here. Or technically 10 minutes out, but those 10 minutes won't make much of a difference. Okay, fine. We'll time warp another couple minutes. And stop time warping around when we're close to being prograde. Perfect. I should have added a decoupler. I forgot it. Oh, okay, no, we need the solar panels. We'd have to redesign everything. That's fine. There, our kilometers are just ticking up from using RCS fuel, and we're not using up a whole lot. So we're... Oh yeah, and we have like... Our acceleration is pretty good, actually. It's like 0.1 meters per second. I wouldn't have expected that much. But it makes sense. With our stage pretty spent, it's... How much mass is it? Yeah, it's like 640 kilograms. Hang on, if we shut down the engine, then the RCS will fire just from us, like, pushing the throttle. So we don't have to keep the keys pressed all the time. And let's let the analysis running. Okay, so it's getting longer, as more stable for a bit longer, but not too much. I'm not 100% sure, like... I mean, my first guess is the moon is responsible for these perturbations. But I, like, don't know if there's a better way to, like, prevent them. Like, am I doing the optimal thing to maximize lifetime of the satellite, or is there something better to do? I don't know. should I do these corrections at another time, and another point in time, maybe more shortly before the actual issue happens? I also don't know. Which does mean I will spend like half the fuel or something, and then leave the other over for other course corrections, with the added benefit that at a later point in time, actually it's a good reason to stop this now, at a later point in time, the remaining kerosene and liquid oxygen, or actually, will kerosene boil off at all? I don't think it will, but at least the liquid oxygen will have boiled off by then, which means less mass, so the same fuel will have a higher effect, and we will set ourselves a very important alarm for, let's check up on it in 270 days or something. And then we can do another orbit analysis, do corrections, whatnot. And that's like 70 days ahead of the actual problem. Oop. I mean, I can't see what I wrote, but I... Okay, 270. Kill warp, yes. Oh, hang on. Did I attach it to the craft? Oh yeah, it's set by default, so it must be. Okay. Now, before we leave this probe, let's do a final check for... Okay, first, thank you, Principia, you can go now. Let's verify that the science is running, but that looks good. You've already finished your experiments. That's lovely. You are running orbital perturbation. The big one. Oh yeah, orientation, sun. But it's a multi-year mission. So basically, let's just hope that we tumble enough to get solar power sometimes, occasionally. Okay, let's launch another one. And knowing now that the orbit with 250 kilometer perigee is not long-term stable, we can launch into a higher orbit to begin with using the launch vehicle, which means we will save fuel, which is actually, I love this. So we will save fuel for the actual last stage, which will increase the lifetime of the satellite, which is exactly how the lifetime of satellites is limited in real life, the limited fuel reserves. And if you have a launch vehicle that can get you a better initial orbit to begin with, then you might save fuel from your satellite and thus increase the lifetime. And I love how that's working out. Okay, so okay, it's the recondition. Even with the time warp, not that much time passed after all, I guess. Also, I guess we already got some upgrade points from science we got. I mean, honestly, at this point, we're gonna do a lot of science. So I'm gonna put the point here. And 45, we can actually already long. Basically, we are getting to our favorite node. So that's a tiny thruster, okay. Which is this one. Early docking procedures will unlock better RCS fuels, which is the thing that we are looking forward to then use for lunar orbiters, landers, and everything. So everything, all our plans depend on those. Okay, it's been 2 hours today, so I mean, I'll shoot this one up. Now that we know how things work, it won't take so long. Okay, so lunar landing isn't going to happen today. That much is obvious. I think after these, we'll make an attempt for the lunar orbit. Like, I want to see that. We've got the science set up now. We've got a working satellite. We have our launch vehicle that's now new and upgraded and is way more fun launching. I want to see it pay off. And a lunar orbiter would be the perfect payoff. Okay. Now, something we could do here is, instead of launching into 90 degrees, we'll launch into -90. So I'll just launch down, so we don't have to coast for like 3/4 of an orbit, but just a quarter orbit, or a bit more. I mean, we're a bit in the northern hemisphere here. And we also wanted to have a higher orbit. So let's see if you can do 400 by 400. That would be cool. And probably noticeably more stable. I mean, no, let's not be silly. We're in strict non-silly land here now. With this rocket. No more silliness. Yeah, I mean, the settings. Oh yeah, these are lower now. It remembered those because we were pitching up too late, pitching over during ascent. So yeah, I think we're ready to go. There we go. Science experiments. Well, we'll have to put up. Oh, actually, I can just. Oh god, the FPS. Can I have an FPS, please? It's the disadvantage when you get to like having more complex rockets, in particular more rocket engines. The frames do not like it. There, we're pitching over southward this time, as intended. Sometimes MacChip can also get confused with like inclination targets, but yeah, this time it's working out completely as intended. It's so pretty. The dream is basically this exact experience, but with good FPS and not buggy, and like not like the so many mods are involved in making this experience that we're having right now. And it's just pretty janky, and there's a lot of issues as a result of that, which is not like a fault really of any of the modders, like they're all doing an amazing job. It's just also a limit of the game engine, what that can handle and stuff. Oh, so pretty. I love it. But yeah, point being, it's just a janky experience. And having a game that was from the ground up made to be this realistic experience, instead of taking the base KSP experience and then modifying that, and just having everything work together well, and just having so many less bugs and everything more user friendliness. I mean, so many of us in the system would just play the shit out of that game. We've already spent literal thousands of hours with Realism Overhaul, despite all the issues it has. And if it was also just working properly, that would just be fantastic. But yeah, I mean, so far, I mean, it's all looking perfectly. It's like, I don't even feel anxious in any way that I might have to jump in and fix anything, because the launch vehicle is just, everything's normal. It's no weird angles, we got nice thrusts, everything's looking nice. And we're coming up in stage separation here, already at 300 kilometers altitude almost. The apoapsis is higher than 400 actually even. And all the things happening again. Oh, I love the sequence so much. Oh my god. Oh my Loki. This is such a joy to witness. It's so satisfying. But you'll just have to put up with me swooning over things working nicely now, because with how not nice things were in the past, it's such a nice change of pace. And it's great when plans just work out finally. But yeah, it's just, we told it to go into 400 by 400. Rocket said, aye aye, Captain. And just did it. Or it's still doing it. And once again, I shouldn't talk about rocket launches as if they're done already when they're not. But like, if any issues occur, like engine failures, it's like the trajectory was great, the vehicle itself is great, everything is awesome. And we're also almost in orbit here. Now you can tell, like, now it's pitching downwards a whole bunch, which is because to get up to the 400 kilometers altitude, it had to get more upwards velocity, and also with the limitation of the engines not having multiple ignitions. It means when you start or when you stop your burn, you need to be at 400 kilometers altitude when you insert into your orbit. So you have to just scramble up, get a whole bunch of upwards velocity early in the launch, which you then may have to cancel out again. Like, if the stage had lower thrust, so it would take longer, then it could have been a much smoother transition. So here it had to angle down a bit, which did mean we had a bunch of losses there, but it's nothing too dramatic. And like we're talking, we have 2.5 kilometers per second extra delta V. Okay, coming up here on the South Pole. At some point we should also set up a communication satellite network. Just to avoid all the blackouts, but we have here McMurdo Station. And actually also here another one. Excellent. 2 stations providing coverage at the South Pole. That's fantastic. Okay, so now we need to orient. Let's make use of the RCS of the upper stage here. I could have done this way more reasonably. Okay, but we are getting kind of close. Like in real life you would do this over like minutes and not get such a high rotation rate. Not just does it waste fuel, it introduces possibility of things going wrong, or like if they do, you reduce the time you have to react. But here we got a successful ignition. Yeah, and we overshot a bit. Shouldn't have waited so long. It looks pretty nice. I love this view. And you can tell behind the Earth there, the end of the orbit line where it stops calculating, warming around. I need to remember I'm actually flying something here. Okay, we need to 12,000 kilometers. 15. Let's just throw it up to like 60 again. I think that's what the other one was. 60 or 70? I think it's 60. Yeah, 50, 60. Okay, bit higher. That's fine. Totally fine. You could also very well see here, like, for the longest time of the burn, the orbit line changed only very slightly, but then towards the end, like, we're close to escape velocity, basically. At that point, like, tiny changes in velocity have a huge change in energy, and also just, like, mean, like, if you approach the border of what makes you escape, then yeah, tiny changes will have a massive effect. I don't need to do that, but anyway. So now, let's see what the analysis tool says for this one. Sorry for throwing things around. 700 days. Calculations intensify. $388 days. I mean, it's longer, but still. I'll just set another alarm for the same time and we can fix both of them then. Then I don't have to do it now. There, attach. Bloop. Okay. Science experiments are going. Our issue is more that we forgot to disable them always running. So really, we're done here. It's even more science happening. And yeah, also went a lot quicker. Now one more, and then let's throw together a very quick lunar orbiter, which really we can basically... We'll just take this probe core that we have now with all the science experiments and try and make it lunar worthy. That actually won't be that, or might not be all that much work to change over either. Okay, we have to first wait another 100-something days for this. Also, oh, so much science. Yeah, we're just getting a ton of science in here now. It's finally the days of flow science are over. And then, oh wow, yeah, we should take these solar panels. Jeez. We could get better ones, we just didn't invest any science points in them. That's why ours are so crappy now. If we had done that, we could have, like... I was gonna say we could have gotten a lot more lifetime out of our science sets, but the other issues we are having is also the decay of the orbit. So, yeah, it's not that bad. You're still level 0. I want level 1 solar panels. Okay, so here we get to level 1. And that would be 30 science. I think we can invest that. I hope we can afford that. I mean, we just need 25 more science. Yeah. Basically, I was worrying about if I can still get the science to unlock the other tech. But we have the long-term, like, orbital perturbation experiments going, which will produce science for like literal years. So yeah, no, the science points won't be an issue. There are 90 science again. Oh, this is so lovely. And so many upgrade points. It's awesome. Oh, wait. Technology has unresearched requirements. Shoot. What do we need? This? Yes. Okay. Okay, we still need a little bit more science, but then we're good. It's a lot of researching. Yeah. But only like about a year for all these researchers. But it does mean we'll have to revisit our science satellites already. Oops. Let's stop again. We got more science. We have more points so that we get even more, even faster science. And now, finally, the node that we have been waiting for so long. And now, like, we can just do so much other stuff. Communications for the moon were fine, thank you. Avionics upgrade. Less mass, cost same, power less. Sounds good to me. And rocket engines, I don't even know what exactly, but I'm just gonna... boop. No, staged combustion. Oh no, we don't have the points yet. But this one. This is like one of our favorite rocket engines of all time to use. Like, certainly our favorite rocket engine in Kerbal Space Program, or... is it? Well, one of our favorites in any case. It's basically a staged combustion. It's a small engine, so upper stage engine, has multiple ignitions, and staged combustion means it's like highly efficient. So you have all the elements of an amazing rocket engine together. High efficiency. Small, allowing like smaller probes, which is the main limitation for us really. Like getting efficient things that are small enough to make sense. And with multiple ignitions, so usable for like complicated orbit insertions. Like we can use this engine easily to do geostationary satellites and all that good stuff. And it has a lot of upgrades as well. So the first version will be quite unreliable, but especially later configs are then also extremely reliable on top of everything else the engine has going for it. The Russians really made some awesome engines. Now, because our decay is still happening and we have plenty of margins, I'm just going to go into a 500 by 500 orbit this time, because why not? We're equatorial anyway, so it's easier. So we have even more margins. I want to know how you handle a 600 by 600 orbit. My friend? I don't doubt that you can do it. You are very capable. You are strong and capable. The rest should be all fine. The action groups. Well, I'm not gonna fiddle with the action groups. We'll just have the science experiments poking out for a hot second there. Come on. No, I had it. Oh boy. There we go. All tucked away now. Pitch over, start. I think our main limitation today for like how long we want to stream is that we didn't actually manage to eat a lot. So we basically have not eaten much today at all. It's like past midnight for us. But we'll see like this. And then looking into an orbiter. But if you experience like a lot of problems or something, you won't spend a ton of time troubleshooting, that's for sure. It is, yeah, 2.5 hours already anyway. And we do want to try and keep those a bit shorter than we have been doing them initially. Like 3 hours. Yeah, that's an okay time. It's been going pretty well today, but it's still an exhausting thing to do as well. And this time we're gonna catch the cross from the front and in cinematic mode. That's still 40 seconds. I'm still gonna time warp a bit. Okay. 10 seconds. 5. Amazing. Okay, let's remove the time warp again after this. So cool. Having an exciting staging process is always a plus, especially if it's not actually all that risky. Okay, apoapsis over 400 already. Okay. Burn 5, 3. Yeah, so prediction still says we're going to have 2.2 kilometers per second left over after our more adventurous orbit ignition here. Like you can tell here with the pitching, this is getting into silly territory. Also, that was a very fast staging with time warp being on. Just boom, 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 boom. I did all the things. Wow, our apoapsis was increasing until a few seconds ago, despite the pitching down. Yep, this is silly territory again. But it's okay silly territory. Like, even in real life, you can have a bunch of pitch down during a launch, because it's also like, in this game, you can still, like, make a rocket just for a single specific purpose. But in real life, much more so than in this game, you just have a certain number of rockets available, and then you have to choose the one rocket that fits your needs, so that can also lead to a bit silly, or can lead to inefficiencies. Let's put it like that. Okay, there we are. 601 by 598. Perfect. And with over 2 kilometers per second margins. Now the real silly part here is that we could have just burned all that velocity. Actually, this rocket is... we need to shift around a bit, put a bit more fuel in this stage, less in the upper stage. Then this can basically do geostationary satellites. Okay, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. And we messed up the getting that extra juicy delta V. So let's just coast to the equator. We have extra. We can try and compensate to get more into an equator. Oh dear. Nope, I'm not gonna bother. It won't be that important. Basically, because we have delta V margins, and we are now in a 27 point something degree inclined orbit, and we kind of ideally, so we're like this, and we kind of ideally wanted an equatorial. But, and so because we have delta V margins, we could use some of our delta V to change our inclination a bit during our burn here. But it's fiddly, and also like inclination changes down at Earth that deep into the gravitational well are extremely inefficient, so it wouldn't do too much either way. That's why I'm not gonna bother. Stage, good, and ullage and ignition successful. This engine is so reliable. I love it. Now we can watch the purple noodles unravel. It's so interesting seeing just the different perspectives. Like, this is the Earth view, but like orbit view is just, here's our orbit and it's getting higher. But in the other frame of reference, it's this super complex thing. And it unravels here. Okay, 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60,000 kilometers. And that's our final orbit. Or this. Now, let's see how stable this one is. Once again, over 700 days, and not just 7. And let's wait for Principia to finish calculating. Now, influence from the moon here with this kind of orbit should also be bigger. Ooh. But no, it's stable. Over 700 days at least. Looking like it. Like here, I mean, it's kind of close. So here, argument of perigee. No, hang on. Mean perigee altitude. Here. So it's like mean 675 and plus minus 220 kilometers. So it varies just by over 200 kilometers. But yeah, it doesn't reach like into the Earth's atmosphere, so we're good. So this one will actually be able to stay in orbit for very long, which is amazing news. That also means especially the orbital perturbation experiment can get just a ton of science, like so much. So this one will be limited by the solar panels. But it's still a very successful and important mission. And besides, like over time we will unlock new science experiments, and then for new satellites we put into orbit, we can just gather up the rest of the data that we didn't catch so far. Okay, so lunar orbiter planning time, although we might have to still wait for the technology to finish. So I guess we have to fix the orbits of the other ones then, because that's coming up in 90 days. And the unlock is here, so like a year out still. Yeah. Okay, well. Let's warp that forward. primitive solar panels. Actually, probably, yes. Faster science. And even faster science. Yeah. So now we'll get interrupted in a moment by the alarm. Now let's see what you've been doing over the past year, apart from generating delicious, delicious science, which I'm very thankful for. Should also go and delete some of the existing crafts. Now the game is noticeably slowing down again. Okay. Yeah, kerosene is still there, as expected, but the lox is gone. Okay. Power. Oh, we're out of power. Okay. Can you? Okay. We still get power sometimes. Excellent. How is... Oh, we have 100 megabytes stored. Yeah, so there's a whole backlog of data to transmit. Okay. That's nice, and I think that's our maneuver node still there. Lol. Just completely different place. Okay, what's our current orbit? Yeah, periapsis, 165 kilometers. There's the problem. I mean, we are very close to apoapsis, so let's just call it good enough and burn. And also get us on a bit of a roll. I'm just manually keeping the attitude, that's what I'm focusing on right now. Also spinning it a bit up so it's less unstable. But yeah, 400 kilometers, so this is already... This is making nice progress. Okay, I burned all our fuel. I didn't want to burn all of it, but I did because I got distracted. Okay. Well, I mean, we bought ourselves 150 days there. Or actually, I don't know what the time to impact used to be. So maybe I didn't actually buy myself much time at all. Let's check with this one exactly. Because now let's fix up the other one. But yeah, the power. Power was actually a bottleneck. So we could also... That's something we could do off stream to like launch basically these satellites with upgraded solar panels. Which, like, for upgraded solar panels, like if everything else is literally the same, that's also not something that we need to do on stream. Now, I have to suppress the urge to time warp to make the calculations quicker, but that's not how that works. But yeah, I think that actually didn't bring us much extra time at all. Yeah, it's to do with, like, I don't know the exact details of the perturbations that are the problem here. mean, it's probably the moon. It's gotta be. I wonder if it would have been better if it was like better directly over the pole instead of being so wonky to the side here. That's probably not good. You also have a ton of data. Were we? We could have actually used better transmit rate, I guess. Unless, like, this one has full power at this point, so it looks like it's a transmission rate problem and not a power problem. What do we even say for your upload rate? Transmitting at 1 kilobit and 500 bits. Wait, I mean 1.5 kilobit, which is more than we need permanently, but yeah, it's not. We also went a bit higher than we initially wanted. We planned for 50 megameters. Okay, enough talking. More orbit boosting. Start out now with 138 days. Okay, 140. So it is increasing. So we're not making things worse. Oop. I did not want to do that. I wanted to do this time warp. $164 days. 181. Okay, so I think we're getting a lot more out from this one than from the other one. Again, I don't know why. Oh no, wait, we started with this one with a full fuel tank. With the other one we did a part of the corrections already. 210 days. We started out with what, like 140 remaining or something, so we're already bought ourselves about 100 days, which 100 days, 10-year experiment lifetime, so like 2.5% of the whole science, but it's also like 300 science, so it's like 10 science points. Well, that's actually not that much more. Oh well. It's some extra, and it feels good having done the corrections. And now we can, in good conscience, leave these satellites to their mission for the rest of their days until they plunge into Earth's atmosphere and burn up, having done their job very well and given us a lot of very important science. I do like the constant trickle of upgrade points coming in here. It's lovely. 2 more. Boop. And boop. How much? 100 science points. We can go splurge a little more here. I mean, this one. Oh, we can get further into the stage combustion tree here. Oh my god. NK9. Yes. Just yes. Oh my god. RD58 upgrade 11D. Oh yeah. I think that's a pretty good config actually. I think we want that. But we probably should also go sign some other things as well. Not just only like that's always the temptation with us, like only like unlock all the stage combustion engines and ignore everything else. Like your second generation capsules, that's important. We need that if we want to also land people on the moon, if we want to do EVAs. But yeah, like we have a good backlog of technologies here. Now, we need to time up forward. At which point we'll have more science points again. And we can spend more again. But yeah, we're just here. Materials science. I think that's... No, wait, hold on. Yeah, that's the prerequisite for the main technology that we want. That unlocks all the goodies. Time warp. Our funds are getting very low. Luckily for us, we are done with like doing our own contracts, and we're gonna try to aim for the lunar orbit, which would give us both a nice, decent advance, and then also completion money in case we manage it as well. But yeah, 60, we can already spend more points. I love it. I think that this makes sense. Then we can also start getting EVA science. What's early landing technologies? Okay. Life support. Chemical plant. CLSS. Do we need that for a lunar mission? I don't know. I mean, 60 would... I mean, I said I shouldn't do this. But if we're heading to the moon, we're gonna get even more science. I can afford this. Yes. I told you we really love this engine. Literally can't not buy it. Now, how much money will we get? For a lunar orbiter, 300k advanced, 300k completion. That'll keep us afloat for a while. Oh, actually, what are the exact orbit parameters? Apoapsis below 5,000 kilometers, periapsis above 20 kilometers. Okay, but so it can be a highly eccentric orbit, which is basically what I wanted to know, and very important, and collect science from around the moon and transmit it. Okay, yeah, no, this... once we have this technology... Right, we need to still time warp one more time for one more fancy new technology. But then we have the new fuels that we so desperately wanted, which will allow us to make much more efficient tiny probes, and we don't have to use the poor RD0105 for everything, even for boosts for a few 100-kilogram probe. Oh man. Okay. And of course we got a bunch more science again. Because why wouldn't we? Another. There we go. Better avionics and probes. I mean, honestly, better avionics, and specifically lower mass. Yep. They bring a mass upgrade. Lower mass for this kind of mission is very important. And with 34 more, we can even get another upgrade in. So definitely you. And if we have 34 science again, then I'm gonna push in the other upgrade as well. Just like the probe core empty mass will have such an impact on the total performance. Okay. Or not. Then off to design. Like if you wait too long to get like the total best parts that you want, you'll never get anywhere. At some point you'll have to do things when it's good enough, and we're definitely at a good enough tech level now. We could also we could wait for the RD58 though to research. Okay, no, let's take a Derpooz and we will take a science satellite. And let's... although hang on for the lunar... we need to do fine course corrections. No, that's fine. We can do that. That's fine. Oh dear. So we basically... if we just take all of this, add a bit of fuel there, and a nice small thruster with a nice new fuel. How's our Delta V landscape looking then? Okay, tank highly pressurized. Oh, let's make you this. I mean, this probably, yeah. Okay, now all the fuels. Caviar B might be a good choice. Otherwise, like, it has an advantage of very high density. Otherwise, going for pure highest ISP, it's like MMH NTO or Aerosine NTO. Aerosine has a bit higher thrust at same ISP and same extra cost. Let's check the densities. Or they cost a whole lot to unlock though, like 60,000. That's yikes. I was gonna say I'll just put a fuel tank in it and put the fuels and see what performs better, but we'll just go with this for now. Aerosine, boop. There. We don't need 1.3 kilometers. We need like, I don't know, 400 meters per second would give us like an elliptical orbit. And this is already only like 200 kilograms of fuel. And this, my dear viewers, is exactly why we've been so laser focused and excited about this technology. Because it makes tiny probes so efficient. Also solar power. We have better solar panels. ST1, how much power? The 100 watts. It's 22 hinged. Didn't we have like a... Oh yeah, we can also modify the level of this one. Or can we? Didn't that say something about Daisy Lab reset mode? I don't see anything to change the solar panel level here. Select the level of the solar panel. It even says in the name. Oh, maybe we need to actually buy it? Buy one of them? Hinged solar panel? Ooh, it's also a procedural one. Or maybe it's one of those things where we have to go into the research and development. Because I really... But it should still at least say then like level 0. I don't know. Tech level 0 and we can't... I can adjust it. At least I know now where it's... Okay, I'm gonna look into the R&D after I put this together to save it. Boop. And we're approaching 3 hours of streaming. But yeah, ideally, like, we're gonna have to get a headache wrapping my head around the delta V's that we need and how we can organize the stages we have at our disposal on that rocket to make that work. But at least in the pure total delta V we have available, yeah, there, have to manually buy it again. Well, at least I knew what the issue was, so I could fix it immediately. Also, seeing the rocket engine technology is coming up there, it's so tempting. We can do a basically full new launch vehicle design once we unlocked all the new engines. Like, go from a 350-ton class rocket up to 700 tons, better engines, staged combustion everywhere, reignitable upper stage, like all the goodies, all of them. Okay, now to avoid bugs, I'm gonna get a new one. And there we go, tech level 1. How are you with days elapsed? Oh yeah, you hold up way better. You only dropped to 20% long term compared to 4%. We don't need that there, we don't need that. Need a decoupler there. So, you're not small. You're small. They're like 14 kilometers per second. Now the second stage doesn't get us into orbit though, which is the problem. That means this stage has to ignite, which would have the delta V required to get us into a lunar trajectory. Okay. So what if we just downsize you? Downside. Hang on, I think the staging is messed up and it's... Okay, no, the stage isn't even burning at all at this point. That's the problem. Yeah, staging gets all kinds of messed up when you like load them and put different... There we go, look at that. Now we're at over 16 kilometers per second, which is already getting close to a lunar landing and return even. That's like 19.5 kilometers per second. So a landing from pure delta V would work out here, but the distribution and stuff wouldn't. Engineer more. So our second stage, that's this one. That's not enough, so we need... No, hang on. That's the core stage. Only with the core stage we almost get into orbit. The second stage here is then way overpowered and can get us into orbit super easily. With like huge margins. Could even do something like this. To get into orbit with just the core stages, use this as a kick stage, and then we can have... Okay, let's try the non-silly approach first. And the high margin approach. So we want you... We want you to have the delta V for a lunar injection. So 3.1 something, yeah. Now, we'll do we're already over-designing our final stage here. We don't need a kilometer per second to establish an orbit. That's way overkill. So this is also for... Oh, and speaking of, we can redo these fuels. I mean, we could either remove the tanks to begin with, because it's kind of silly to have, or we fill them up with the right fuel. Here, and most importantly, also switching over our RCS to the Aerosine. Hang on! The RCS gets 282 seconds of ISP. Oh, never mind. The stats that I read earlier were for level 0, probably. Actually, it's still... Yeah, no, it's the same efficiency. It's the exact same. Everything's fine. Now, we can definitely make you shorter. We need to finish setting up the solar panels here. I think I'm gonna just make some space on those sides to put the solar panels there. Always, the magnetometers are always so awkward to handle. Can we have you maybe like this? And shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. And now we can have the solar panels on these sides, which will look a lot nicer. Now, how big do we want them? 20 watts long term. Like, once again, we have a lot of experiments on board that could run for a very long time if we can get enough power to them. So let's try massively oversizing our solar here. That would give us long-term 30 watts. I mean, that still wouldn't be enough to really run much of anything. Although it would give us, like, here, like, 5 years and the mission is still 50. Okay, yeah. Oh, this is 17 kilograms. Maybe I'll make them a bit smaller. This is once again getting into silly territory. Yeah, like, I don't need to plan more in advance than, like, 4 years mission duration. Once again, we'll have better satellites in the future that can then do it and do it better. Okay. One thing I remembered, the science experiments. So I'm gonna put the magnetometer, the other magnetometer, and what's the third thing that expands? Is it you? Is it you? Yes, found it. Start on the action group and remove them from there. Oh, did it also remove you from there? Okay. Magnetometer. Okay. I think those three are now only in the action group. Excellent. So the rest still starts at mission start. Okay. So we have science, we have power. Communications, I almost forgot about communications. That won't quite fly here. We're gonna have to go, or I wanna go, full on S-band here. Transmit power up, up, up. transmit time, say 25. Puts us at, ooh, wait, 1.3 kilowatts. Kilowatts? What's consuming kilowatts? Is it the antenna? No. If it's not the antenna... Oh, never mind. We still have all the rest of the rocket. The first stage, avionics and stuff. They can use up a lot of power. Here, 110 watts. Everything's fine. We can actually... Oh, hang on. So we also don't need the probe core to manage 2 tons. We only needed to manage a few hundred kilograms, although the weight savings might not be worth redesigning now everything. Wait, 160? 100, yeah, no. Let's just leave it at that. Oh, well, we can buy better ones. From 160 kilograms down to 136. It also has now plenty of battery storage, which means we can yeet the dedicated battery. Excellent. Simplifying. What would this... Oh, 66. Let's have 10k. 10k is enough. And it'll make a slider again. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I should reduce the propellant even a bit more again. Yeah, we still have 1.1 kilometer per second. It's still way... Well, let's see how the rest looks here. I mean, actually, we have buffer. We have totally buffer. Totally. Because we're going to need the second stage here to insert into orbit. This one will send us towards the moon. And I don't know, I want to make this wider. Basically, we would have way more payload. We can do way more than we want, than we're planning to right now. Again, like, probably a lander might even be in the cards. But that much engineering we won't do at this point. Now, hang on, did we actually... We kinda fiddled with some things, but didn't actually check the communication planner here. Now, here... Parabolic antenna, S-band. It's literally, it doesn't fit in the window, and I don't think you can resize the window. It's, wow. Okay, 165 kilobit. 165 is a lot. How low could I even go? Okay. 400 megameters is the correct distance, right? 400 megameters is 400,000 kilometers, which is the distance to the moon. So we really don't need a whole lot of transmit power either, which is also great news. And 165 kilobits is then huge margins for like only narrow transmit windows and whatnot. And the level 3 tech level probably really coming through there. Okay, so we got antenna. I did not want to do that. We got power. Like, decent power. I'm gonna make it a bit bigger again. Because I can. We got power, we got comms, we got fuel, we got our Delta V's all set up. So this upper stage here will basically do the rough insertion to a lunar transfer orbit, and we'll just do fine adjustments with our final stage here. We don't need to be super precise with it, which removes all of the headaches we had with the lunar impactor missions before. This gets into orbit. How's your mass? 2.4. Okay. Then we need to fix this up for this. Now we're gonna have to do an avionics check. This needs to have working avionics. Sufficient. Awesome. This needs to have sufficient avionics, which you're way overkill. Okay. Then you... I mean, I don't really see you not having enough avionics. But there we go. We checked. I think we're ready to launch. Let's make sure staging is set up properly. You can all go into one. Do we have ullage? We have ullage. Separation, ullage, ignition. You up you. Can I please no, the UI is... Ooh. They redid the whole UI of the game at one point, and they just broke a couple things doing so, and they never got fixed. That's just separation without the ullage. You can join. I also have a cat staring at me. So that's separation, ullage, ignition, ullage, ignition. First stages. I think that's good. I think the cat wants to go outside. Be back in literally 1 minute. No, he doesn't. Well then. Cats. So, bloop. Okay, let's do a simulation. That'll also show us any issues that might still be outstanding. Yes, fairing staging go here. Something's poking through the fairings now. And of course it's a magnetometer. What else could it be? Oh, I think now it'll clip through the solar panel when it unfolds. You. I'm gonna do this. Problem solved. Oh, not mirroring though. I do not want to mirror this. There we go, cat settling down on the bed. Okay. Or jump straight to launch, since we are kinda late. This is a recipe for disaster? And part of me says, and that's why I love it. So I might actually do this. I mean, it's not like we haven't like tried any of this out. We used the probe before. This basic upper stage and everything. We just basically adjusted some things, rearranged things. Let's just go and tool it. That's the button I wanted to press. Also pretty cheap. And let's build 1 and 2. for redundancy. Okay. Now, let's see. So if the launch attempt doesn't work out, then we're gonna leave that for the next stream. We'll figure that out there. But yeah, one launch attempt would be nice if I could do now. Time warp. Why is time warp going down? First stage combustion engines. Do I like to see that? Yeah, we also got from a Tropics biome some science back there from a satellite. Very nice. Also, there was something we wanted to buy for 30 science. Oh, probe core upgrades. Yeah, that's right. Are we still researching? Yeah, although not much. Our research rate is really through the roof now. But hey, we're also getting a lot of science. I forgot again. What did I want to research? Avionics. Yeah, okay. And that's how you can tell it's soon time for us to stop the stream. Just memory does not work longer than a second and losing basic functionality. Okay. You could also accept both impactor and orbiter. Actually. Okay, speed requirements. I think we can do both. 2.45. We have margins. We can even like burn straight down to give us more. This is great. Okay. What are the deadlines on this one? 2.5 years. That's good. So, accept. And accept. Double mission. Well, didn't plan for this, but if this works, that would be really cool. Now, our bane, launch windows. We need to wait for a time to launch. And while we're at it, we can get rid of some of the junk here. Like here, all the upper stages. You don't need to be continuously calculated. At least I hope that's just the dead stages. They don't have anything interesting on them anymore. Yeah, it's gotta be. It's gotta. And suddenly funkiness appears. I love how that looks. Amazing vibes. And yeah, we also 2 of the craft we didn't delete yet. 1, a lunar impactor attempt that got into a heliocentric orbit. And oh, you also left, I guess. Or wait, no, hang on. Yes. Where are you even? Mars? Okay. Anyway, we wanted to look at a launch window for the moon, so let's do that. So here we have a geostationary. Here's the moon. Ooh. Okay, no. we need to wait a little bit. Basically, I want the moon to be about there. Something like this. This is the equator. So here. Yep, that looks good to me. You can also here really see just how the orbit of the moon actually varies over time. It's really cool. Okay. I didn't rotate the Earth, but I did pass enough time on the order of magnitude of days to be in the right rough position, but we also need to launch at the right time of day. So I have to go back into the tracking center. Also, let's check. No, actually, the Principia update might have also noticeably reduced the RAM usage. We're only at 84% RAM now. 23 gigs per KSP. That's a lot better. Usually at this point we're scraping at close to 100. I do want more of you. Can I get out? No. Okay. Well, wait, hang on. I'm getting confused now. If we're... So we're gonna want to do our burn here, but we just generally need to be in that inclination, which means we need to be on the right side from here. Okay. So we need to be... Where are we even? Where's anything? Goldstone Vandenberg. So that... Hang on. What? Vandenberg? There we are. At... Goddamn. Here, so we need to basically be in the middle of the dark side. Well, that's an easy rule of thumb. And yeah, we can do corrections more easily now, so if we're not 100% perfect, that's not that bad. We should... I have a pretty high confidence that... I was gonna say that we can make this, but I will say that I have pretty high confidence that the rocket has the capability to make this launch work. If we will actually make the launch work, that's a different question. Okay. We accepted the contracts. Right. Yes. Which means it's time to launch. Whew. Oh boy, and it's 3.5 hours, more of a 4-hour stream again after all. I mean, kinda saw it coming anyway. We're trying at least. If we didn't try to keep them shorter, you can bet they would be like an hour longer at least, and more, like We had like 5-hour streams earlier when we started the KSP career, which is not healthy for us at all. So at least we're getting closer to what's good. Nice lighting. Okay, parking orbit. Where are... Ooh. Here, so we do our departure burn here. So yeah, we want a pretty low orbit. 250 by 250. Current will have to do. And that's it. We can just go. It's nice when the rocket is simple. I didn't stack our staging, but we did check it in the VAB, so it should be good. Science experiments are also staying inside. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's like an audio bug with the game now, because we keep having the engine sounds only on the right side, but all the rest works properly as far as we can tell. What's our acceleration? 1.86. Holy cannoli. Okay, sea level 1.6. It's still decent, but not as ridiculous as 1.8. Oh man, if this works. So many engines. How many engines do we have on board now? 5 in the first stage, a second stage, 6, our TLI stage 7, and our tiny booster 8. It's time we're up until booster separation at least. For the separation we wanna remove the time warp again. I'm excited for this launch. Oop. Hang on, are we even using different engines for the core? We must be. Yeah. And... beautiful. And that nice explosion. Obligatory explosion. It's designed to be that way. That's what I've decided anyway. Okay, time warp. Once again, we don't need to babysit this rocket during the launch. I can just literally lean back and enjoy the show, which is great. I can't imagine that everything will go right in this launch, though. I think it's also like we've been planning to use a checklist, and like we have written a huge ass checklist up. But for a stream, it's just... Ooh, that was a... everything happening at once again during time warp. Also, that fairing almost hit us. But yeah, during the stream, it's not like I can just take like 5 minutes to go over the checklist in detail. Or I could, but wouldn't really make the streams that much better. So yeah, still very much just designing and everything from by the seat of my pants. It's good that I have the experience doing that it can still... I mean, I guess the stream is a evidence that I'm not that good, but yeah, I mean, things generally kind of work, at least, with a little bit of fiddling. There we go, almost in orbit. And then let's see what I've done here. Oof. Could also... I don't know why I didn't oversize the TLI stage more. That made no sense, and that'll make our life harder now. Yeah, that's not great. That is not great. But it'll do. Probably. Kinda. We'll do corrections. Now here is definitely the point where we need to plan what we do next. Yeah, this'll be rough. Oh boy. Okay, so let's get our planning here up to 10 days at least. Or maybe even 20. Maybe we'll do another slow approach. The lines look different now. Also like fuzzier, harder to see, which I'm immediately not a fan of. Okay, kind of want to launch later, but later means oh, it's fine, we're close to... Okay, yeah, that's good. So basically, we don't have to be super precise with our orbit inclination. Actually, I'm getting very confused again. Nah, we're just gonna have to make corrections, but that's fine. Can I see? Give me maneuver frame selection. Let's take here plotting frame selection. So many reference frames. Moon periapsis, 84,000 kilometers. I mean, that's not amazing, but it could be worse. Yep. Yeah, so here we're basically just too high. So we're gonna have to do a correction there. Let me try to add a correction. So that's gonna be binormal. And you will be somewhere along that path where you are most effective, which is about here. Oh yeah, you can see we need like several 100 meters per second correction, but we did pack extra delta V, didn't we? For exactly occasions like this one. And there we are. That's an impact trajectory, which is not quite what we wanted. Here. And then if we focus here. That's pretty close to what we want. Just something like this. Or actually polar orbit for more science. Yeah, that makes sense. So let's reconfigure that and hang on. I was looking at a wrong marker there and got very confused. It will reduce how big of a correction burn we need, which is also a nice side effect of this polar approach. I mean, I kinda... Can I just... No. Bit down. Not that much. Oh yeah, something like this. Pretty polar orbit, which will be good for science. Grazing by close to the moon, so that capture will be as easy as possible, and that we can also do the impact. So, now, if I switch back to the Earth mode, you can see just what a big change we do here. Just boop, boop. That's the correction we have to do to be able to get to the moon from the orbit that we launched into, but that's fine. Now, injection delta V, we have basically 30 meters per second too much, which means we'll probably overshoot exactly that, which we will also have to cancel out, but which we can also do. Once again, it's all planned for. So we have ourselves a plan. Ascent guidance can go. We don't need it anymore. When are you? 15 minutes. We need to actually start getting set up. Hang on, is the guidance still active? No. Oh, we don't have connection. That's why I can't control. Once again, communication satellite network would be really, really good right about now. Okay, well, that takes a while to rotate. In the meantime, I'm going to make a note for a ComSat network. We're going to have to see, like... That's the headache part of Principia, with, like, orbits decaying, having to... If they're long-term stable. Like, something we also like having is a space station in lunar orbit. But lunar orbits in particular are extremely unstable. So we basically have to just babysit it all the time, and it's just really annoying. And at this point, there's no tools to help you do those things. So it's literally just harder than it needs to be. Like, it's already... Yeah, I mean, it's not super easy to implement, like, automated station keeping, calculating everything about that. So it's understandable it's not a feature yet. But it's still sad, because it just, makes the game a lot more frustrating. And is like one of the big reasons why probably in our next realism overhaul career, we will probably play without Principia. Just because while we enjoy some aspects of it, the issues it can introduce can just be really frustrating and then limiting, and literally just meaning you just won't do a mission like a space station in lunar orbit. You just won't do something cool like that because of those limitations. Okay, now 3 minutes. At least good to have something to talk to bridge the gap for waiting here. Because it is fiddly work. Okay, we're at 50 seconds to go. And we lost communications. I mean, it's fine. We can do it. But it just sucks. We might get some soon from Johannesburg there. Or although soon might also just be in a few minutes. 30 seconds, but it's fine. We have ullage motors, which means we have a very fast ignition process. Everything is fine. Ten seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, to ignition starting. Okay, so that was a tiny bit late. It shouldn't make too much of a difference. I'm gonna give us a... okay. I was gonna say I'll give us a little boost with RCS fuel to make up for it a little bit, but no connection, so can't. Basically, if you don't have connection, you can still use like the stability assist modes and do commands and stuff like that, but you can't like manually rotate with WASD or like manually give RCS commands, stuff like that. Whew. Magnetometer packed away nicely this time. It looks kinda nice if it's now being packed up properly and everything. Kinda like it. And there's just so much going on. Okay, 30 seconds. I'm not even gonna try and cut off the engine early, I think. It's... the chance that I'll make it much worse is bigger than that I can mitigate the inefficiencies there. This is also a great view of like the angle change of the upcoming maneuver there that we're gonna do. Ooh, actually. Okay, maybe I should have tried. Oh, come on. Give me retrograde. Hello? Okay. That stage might not have had any RCS, after all. Okay. So... now we're literally decelerating again a bit, because we had too much of a push. So this is a bit silly here. Okay. Let's get there. And give me another frame. Give me this one. Okay, no, now I'm just even more confused. Oh wow, we have a 30-minute burn time on this thing. Jesus. Okay, well, let's have a longer correction burn here with time warp. Literally spending minutes decelerating again after you've just did a TLI burn. Not something you do every day. So basically I'm just trying to bring it as close to that original maneuver as possible and reducing the overshoot from it. Oh, actually, I think this is probably good. Now it's correction time. We might have to like do a whole bunch of corrections. Ooh. Yeah, this is bad. Did we overcorrect? Oh no, we're here. Oh no, it deleted the wrong maneuver. It deleted the... Okay, well, gonna have to redo it then. The planning... Huh. Why is... Oh, integrate the next steps. No. Huh. Oh, I see. No. Rebasing, that's what I was missing. Okay. Yeah. A lot of things came together there to make me confused. Actually, I want to do this the other way around. I want you... Okay, no, we need to boost. We did remove too much velocity. Looks like we did. Okay, prograde again. There we go. Yeah, I was doing a very long correction there. That makes sense. There was too much. Okay. So basically I want with the correction that. So I'm just burning now and updating in real time. Then how it would be with the... Oh, actually, I need to make sure that's at the efficient spot as well. Yeah, we definitely need to go a bit more. Well, you can tell we're getting closer now. Okay. Oh, crap. We're totally off prograde here. Jesus Christ. This launch is so not going according to Keikaku. But at this point at least, we're still on track to completing all the mission objectives. Like, I mean including the impactor. Because we still have 1.35 kilometers per second delta V left. Okay, let's take another hot second and check that. Yep, still need more. This is why having these engines and being able to just do a lot of corrections is so useful. Like, you technically don't need them if you plan your trajectory and launch window perfectly and everything. But if you don't, oof. Also, I was being really stupid with like how I was doing the correction after the main TLI burn. Getting closer. Getting really damn close. I think this we're about to have it. Or maybe not. I mean, we could call that close enough, I think. Yeah. So if we... Actually, we can also still vary the time of that. Okay, so there will be polar, and then we can find a trust. That's fine. We have a maneuver. Why is our connection so bad? Why? Oh, the dish is probably too close to Earth. That makes sense. So we should... Yes, now we have amazing connection. Okay. That's fair. Okay, 3 more hours, and I can start deploying the science experiments, because why not? It's time we can do science. Okay, 1 hour. 30, 20, 10 minutes. Oop, and overshot. Classic. Now 600 meters per second, so this is a big... Oh, actually, didn't overshoot, still 8.5 minutes. That's all the better. Two, one. Okay. Time for final alignment. 15 seconds. Let's home it there. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And it immediately vanished. Okay. Oh, or it might have been counting down to, because I did actually overshoot. I wasn't mistaken in that. And it was counting down to the end of the burn. So I literally started at the exact same time it was supposed to end. Either way, this is gonna take a couple minutes. So I'm gonna time out the heck out of this. And I'm gonna just spin stabilize you. So Earth frame, funky colors. Oh, so much about stabilizing. No. I think like this is completely wrong. That can't be right. Oh no, it's the moon frame. Yeah. I mean, this is wobbly. I think we're... Jesus Christ. It deleted it? Why did you delete it? Oh, not 5,000. Yeah, with that timing. Can fix this. You can fix this. It'll just cost us extra fuel. Even getting a closer approach this way, which is what we wanted. Actually, we don't want to be too low, because that would be unstable. And we do want to stay in the orbit for a while. Oh, that's right, the impact emission. We want to use this for science for a while. Yeah, 900 is good. Okay, this time cutoff in 9 minutes, so I guess it's already burn time again. Christ. Hang on, I'll make it later. Now start in 40 seconds. That sounds good to me. Okay. Finally, we're doing this burn properly. You can tell by how we just mess all these little things up now that it's time for a break for us. After this mission, for sure. Okay, now, ignition in 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Where's our orbit? We're so... The SAS is so bad at keeping attitude. It's not funny. That's why I wanted to spin stabilize earlier. So I can time warp without having to worry about it bouncing around. Okay, 7 minutes left. We're going at like 3 times real time or something at least. But yeah, this... We're getting close with our delta V here, with all these corrections. Oh yeah, orbit insertion we also still need. 870. 570. Okay, well the full correction button there was 540. I mean the orbit. We will definitely be able to capture into orbit. If we do the impactor later, and if we have to boost our velocity for the impact, then it might get a bit close. Okay, 3.5 minutes left. Also learning a lot for when I'll be doing this next time, or when we'll be doing this the next time. And yeah, also probably just gonna write that down, stretch the... Actually, no. TLI stage is fine. But stretch the final stage. Alternatively, we could add some solid rocket boosters on the TLI stage for some rougher corrections there. But, I mean, just gonna stretch the final stage so we can also, like... Maybe we can make it an all-in-one lander stage. I wonder how big it would be if we put enough fuel for it to both insert into orbit and land. I mean, that should be around 2.6 kilometers per second, which is not a huge amount of delta V for a single stage to have. Not by any means. But that's definitely in getting a bit ahead of ourselves territory there. For now, we are approaching our nice trajectory. And yeah, and we have 500 meters per second left at this point. We're Gucci. Okay, so we're at the altitude. We're not in the place we wanted to be. I mean, it's fine. Oh, well, hang on, let me check one thing. It might actually be more fuel efficient for us to graze the surface. What? Okay, the warp thing is going places. It might actually be more fuel efficient for us to graze the surface, establish orbit, and then raise our orbit again instead of capturing from this height. Oh yeah, 700. We cannot make that. We need to raise, to lower our orbit further. Ooh. Yep, that's at least it only takes like a really minor correction here to achieve that. I mean, if we're going in, we're going full in. 40 kilometers. Totally safe. Okay. Condition 3, 2, 1. Boop. And yeah, that's the magic of the Oberth effect. Burns are much more efficient, very close to a body. And that's... there, 40. And that's to do with the fact that if you make the maneuver closer to the moon here in this case, that means we're getting attracted by the moon more. The closer you are, the more gravity you experience. So we get accelerated by the moon more because we accelerate more and we have a higher velocity. Now, our rocket engines give us a certain difference in velocity plus. So we get the same amount of velocity bonus, or subtracting in this case, slowing down to capture the moon. We get the same velocity difference independent of the velocity that we're currently going at. But also kinetic energy is proportional to the velocity squared. So if you go very fast and add, say, 200 meters per second velocity to your velocity, that's a much bigger energy difference than if you're going 0 meters per second and then accelerating to 200. And that's the same reason why we could not capture the moon at all. Like we needed 750 meters per second at 1,000 kilometer altitude, whereas here, if I actually do this with a maneuver, we only need... Oh, we still need too much. Never mind. Why are we... I guess our approach must have gotten wonky. Like very high energy. We're certainly going places, and places is here, not the moon. Can we still do an impactor? Anyway. Well, that's frustrating. Hang on. Burn time, several minutes. Flight plan, go away. 6 minutes. I mean, we definitely need to start our maneuver, like, earlier. That much is clear. Nope. There's no way. Well then, I wasted too much with all the other errors we made on the way. And this is why we should have done this mission the next time, when we're not already extremely exhausted. Also, I think Time Warp too much should have done the deceleration burn earlier. So we can do that. And the Time Warp is just making everything harder. I don't think we're missing a lot, which is the most frustrating thing. Like, if we didn't make so many mistakes with the TLI and then messing up the correction burn even, then we probably would have been fine. This is really close. Meters per second left. We must also be on like a really hot trajectory, taking this much delta V to capture into orbit. Or not capturing. Yeah, we're not maybe another 100 or so, or less than that. Oh god. This is... so fucking close. Yep, and there we are. Do I even want to know? I bet it's like 50 meters per second or something. Yep, that would have had us capture. Yep, could totally have done that. But anyway, so this probe is probably gonna... Oh no, it's gonna stay in Earth orbit. Okay, yeah, we did break a whole lot. It's gonna have a funky time. That. Oh, and there. So it'll do a couple orbits and then it'll leave the Earth-Moon system. Off it will go. Anyway, so that was that. Next time we'll do this properly and while we're in a better mental state. So that's something to look forward to. Oh geez, so close, even after messing up so much. Oh well. But yeah, that's it from us for today. Thanks for dropping by as always, and we will see you around. Bye.